Hello, everyone. I'm in touchpad hell still. Oh. No, that is not what I said. Fucking hell. I hate touchpad. I hate touchpad. I hate touchpad. Too much. Mm. No reason my finger should be sticking. Oh, you're reaching, yeeting, and move with county mouse. No, the fuck it doesn't. At this point, I'm almost tempted to set up fucking keyboard mouse controls.
The Trump immunity decision by the
We did watch that one. I love how it doesn't give full notifications. I guess I know I've got at least 4 videos that say we need to watch for the day. Will you fucking go away? Shit, I already clicked off of you. Scroll down, you son of a bitch. Huh. Yeah, no, it's not even in my history list. Yay. Leave it to YouTube.
Donald Trump was too scared.
She's actually rather painful and obnoxious.
To show up at the Super Bowl last night knowing that he was going to get booed. So he watched the Super Bowl at Mar-a-Lago, funded by the taxpayers. I think he forgot to wear his makeup. I mean, look at him right there. I've never seen
No, you
his face look that
son of
white,
a
but that's what he
bitch.
looks like. He was surrounded by Lindsay Halligan, the fake United States attorney from the Eastern District of Virginia, who was declared to be an illegal prosecutor.
Go the
which
fuck away,
prosecuted
TeamViewer.
Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Then you also have Natalie Harp, who has been called Donald Trump's human printer. She follows him around with printers and gives him news articles. You see them right there. I don't see Melania. I see
Left
Lindsey
click,
Graham
not
sitting
right click.
there. If you look at the back screen, they were watching the NFL halftime show, not the Turning Point one. You can see Bad Bunny in the background. And then after watching the halftime show, Donald Trump posted the following message, to which our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, wrote, "Angry old man," maybe you should say with dementia, weighs in from his Palm Beach country club. Here's what Donald Trump posted. "The Super Bowl halftime show is absolutely terrible. One of the worst ever. It makes no sense. Is an affront to the greatness of America and doesn't represent our standards of success, creativity, or excellence. Nobody understands a word this guy is saying." Yes, people do. And the dancing is disgusting, especially for young children that are watching from throughout the USA and all over the world. As opposed to what? The Turning Point one, where Kid Rock, who has lyrics about underage girls? You want them to watch the underage girl one. Oh, got it. Makes sense. After all, you are watching this in Mar-a-Lago, which was at the heart of Epstein's sex trafficking. So, okay. I mean, that's where underage girls were sex trafficked, like Virginia Giuffre, but go on. Donald Trump says, "This show is a slap in the face to our country." A slap in the face. So as Governor Gavin Newsom of California, the Super Bowl was in San Francisco. He's also the former mayor of San Francisco. He says, "So this is the message MAGA is protesting? Bad Bunny's football to close his Super Bowl halftime show. Together, we are America." As we wrote on the Midas Touch account, Bad Bunny's closing message during a Super Bowl performance: "The only thing more powerful than hate is love. Together, we are America." Governor Newsom writes, "America the beautiful. Thank you, Bad Bunny." Do you see the contrast there between Newsom's message and Donald Trump's message? Or how about the contrast here between former President Obama's message and Donald Trump's message? You have former President Obama post the following. Let's pull it up right here. Obama talks about how, let me pull it up. Obama says, "Congratulations to the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. This defense was special. MVP Kenneth Walker was dominant, and Sam Darnold gave us one of the best comeback stories in a long time. Enjoy the celebration." And then a day before that, Obama wrote, "To all the athletes representing Team USA, I'm so proud of you. Your talent and perseverance have brought you to this moment, and Michelle and I will be joining Americans from across the country and cheering you on." Whereas Donald Trump posted, "U.S. Olympic skier Hunter Hess, a real loser, says he doesn't represent his country in the current Winter Olympics. If that's the case, he shouldn't have tried out for the team, and it's too bad he's on it. Very hard to root for someone like this. Make America great again!" Exclamation point. Because this whole MAGA movement, it's not a political thing. These are just hateful, evil, disgusting people who spew hate and want to hurt and
sick.
punch down. That's
Literally.
all they do. I mean, look at Carrie Lake, as David Korn writes. So this woman, Carrie Lake, she's in charge of the U.S. Agency for Global Media, which is supposed to serve and represent the best American values. So after John Kasich wrote, "Love the halftime show, which celebrates the wonderful Latino culture. Great pick and great show. Bad Bunny hit a grand slam home run." Carrie Lake responds, "You really are a pussy." That's the response. You really are the P word? Now, I hate saying words like that, but I had to read it because that's how these people talk. These people are gross, evil humans who just spew this toxic filth. These are gross people. This is how Fox describes the halftime show, which was beautiful. Objectively, it was beautiful. I would have liked maybe if Bad Bunny would have said something like "Get ICE out" or "Abolish ICE." I would have liked that. He didn't go there even. All he said was, and I think this is why he didn't, he could prove his point by not even having to say that and say America's beautiful, let's all come together, love over hate. And that triggers these MAGAs because they're hateful people. This is how Fox wrote about it. Bad Bunny's halftime show ripped for language barrier, suspected political message. The hell are you even talking about right there? Can we get as outraged as state regime media and MAGA is about that lovely halftime show as, I don't know, the fact that Donald Trump is at the center of the Epstein files cabal based on the fact that his name appears? In my opinion, that's why he's at the center, because his name appears. This is not an opinion. This is where his name appears. 38,000 references to him and 5,000 documents. He's one of the central characters if you just go by the amount of time his name appears. Or just in general, maybe y'all should be outraged that there's still 3 million missing documents. Or maybe y'all should be outraged that people in Trump's cabinet as well, like Howard Lutnick and other, lied about their relationship. Maybe you should see in the UK, they're close to toppling their Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The chief of staff was fired. The ambassador to the United States went. We're seeing across the world a reckoning. But here in the United States, at the heart of the Epstein cabal, Mar-a-Lago, where they're watching the Super Bowl, maybe Fox, maybe you get just a fraction of your outrage at Bad Bunny. Maybe you divert that attention to people who are involved in child sex trafficking to cover up.
Come here, booger butt.
Maybe your reporting could be how Ghislaine Maxwell, after speaking with Donald Trump's former criminal defense attorney turned number 2 at the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche. Remember a few months back, everybody? You remember. Ghislaine spoke with Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's deputy attorney general, his former criminal defense lawyer. She didn't invoke the Fifth Amendment. The Congress's Oversight Committee had Ghislaine for a deposition on August 9th or August 12th, sometime in August like that. And she said, I can't be deposed then because I'm appealing to the Supreme Court her conviction for child sex trafficking. Remember? Well, the Supreme Court rejected that appeal. She's she's a criminal, a child sex trafficker. She gets rewarded by the Trump regime for not invoking the Fifth and lying to Trump's former criminal defense attorney turned number 2 at the DOJ, Todd Blanche. And she's moved to a minimum security facility in Camp Bryan, Texas, Club Fed, where she gets VIP treatment. And anyone at that minimum security facility who actually belongs in the minimum security facility, unlike her, because child sex traffickers are not allowed there, but she got an exemption from Trump and the Bureau of Prisons and Todd Blanche. Anyone who speaks out against her, they get moved to maximum security facilities because she gets special treatment. So she now is saying that she will not be testifying at her deposition today before the House Oversight Committee. She's going to do a blanket invocation of the Fifth Amendment. She won't even let members of Congress ask her questions. Well, you have Ro Khanna, Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, said, here are the questions I intend to ask you. So if you're going to invoke the Fifth to these questions, you think these questions will incriminate you today? By the way, don't you all think that Fox and right-wing media and all these people who get mad at Bad Bunny and are like, Kid Rock, yeah, don't you think they should be as mad that she is saying that these questions, if she answered, would incriminate her? Like, on December 17, 2025, you filed a habeas corpus petition stating that 4 named co-conspirators and 25 men who entered into secret settlements were not indicted as part of the investigation. Is that statement accurate? She thinks that would incriminate her, and that's why she has to invoke the Fifth, even after she has no more appeals to go, and even though she spoke to Todd Blanche, Trump's criminal defense attorney, and lied through her teeth. How about this question? Who are the 4 co-conspirators and the 25 men other than Jeffrey Epstein who sexually abused minors at Epstein's Island, his New Mexico ranch, or his New York residence? And why do you believe they were not indicted? She believes that question will incriminate her, so
It's
she's
open.
going to invoke the fifth and not answer. How about this one? What information, evidence, or personal knowledge do you have regarding why these individuals were not charged or prosecuted by federal authorities? Question 4. It is well documented that President Donald Trump and Mr. Epstein had a social relationship, and there are several photographs of you together. Did you or Mr. Epstein ever arrange, facilitate, or provide access to underage girls to President Trump? Ghislaine Maxwell is saying that if she answered that question, it would incriminate her, so she has to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination to answer a question about Trump and underage girls. Just think about that. Maybe right-wing media should be outraged about that. Maybe regardless of if you're left-wing, right-wing, center, whatever, independent, who cares? Shouldn't this just piss you off as a human being? What I'm reading to you right now? How about this question? After Trump publicly stated that he would look at a possible pardon for you, did you or anyone acting on your behalf have any discussions with him or his representatives about a pardon or a reduced sentence in exchange for your silence? She's refusing to answer that question, and she's invoking her Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination, saying that question would incriminate her. What client list or records did you or Mr. Epstein maintain that document the identities of clients or associates? She refuses to answer that question. How about this one? Please identify any foreign governments or intelligence services, including those associated with Russia and Israel, that Mr. Epstein shared information with or otherwise acted on behalf of, and describe the nature or purpose of any such relationships. She's saying all of those questions would incriminate her if she had to answer. Let's check in with right-wing podcaster Tim Dillon. Here's what he has to say about the fact that Republicans are now focused on deposing former President Clinton and Hillary Clinton versus everything that I just shared with you. And it should be noted, just think about it. Former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton have agreed to testify publicly in front of the world on the Epstein files. They want a camera so it's transparent, and they're willing to sit for however long it takes. And the House Oversight Committee, run by Republicans, are saying, no, we don't want that. It needs to be done in secret. Okay? But when it's Ghislaine Maxwell, they're saying, you don't even have to answer the questions. We're not going to do a public hearing. We're going to keep it quiet and secret. How does that make any sense? You're treating the convicted child sex trafficker better than the former president and the former Secretary of State, who both want to testify publicly? Don't we all want to hear them testify publicly? They're willing to testify publicly. Now the Republicans are fighting to keep that secret? It's pure madness. That Trump's like, oh, Clinton's my buddy. Bill's my friend. I don't want to see him have to go through any of this, so we're just going to keep it private. Why? Because he's standing up to you and saying that he wants to testify publicly? The hell is going on here? Here's what Tim Dillon had to say. Play this clip.
Trump would rather these things go away. But Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, other people, they're pushing it. Pushing it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, pushing it. These things come out. The Republicans now go, we want Bill Clinton to testify because we want to play political points with this, because the Republicans still think this is a political issue, bless their hearts. The Republicans still think that this is a political issue. And this is not a political issue. It's about who goes to the fish. Trump knows a couple of people went to the fish. Now, the Clintons know it too.
And here's what he had to say about Kash Patel over here as well. And why Kash Patel's such a freaking liar. Here, play this clip.
You don't have to be the director of the FBI to see that this guy's trafficking women. He's trafficking underage women. You don't have to be the... So, Kash Patel's a liar. He's a big, fat liar. He's a liar, and he should resign and step down because he's lying. Why is he lying? Why would he tell such a fib? That is a lie. It is a lie, and he's bad at it. He's terrible at it. And we knew it was a lie when he said it. And now it's such a lie, it's actually funny. It's like a junkie who's like, no, man, I'm just tired. Like, we know you're on drugs. He's lying. And he knows he's lying.
I just think it's important that you know that that's what a right-wing podcaster's saying right there. So we'll keep you posted every step of the way. I'm going to do a video shortly on Trump's betrayal again of Ukraine, how Trump is planning on entering into a fake deal with Russia for $12 trillion. Russia's promised $12 trillion. It's a made-up number. Their GDP is $2 trillion a year. Just making this up. And now Trump's withholding the PAC-3 missile system for the Patriot systems in order to allow Russia to attack Ukraine more, and Ukraine's air defense system is being negatively impaired by the Trump regime. We saw attacks in Odessa last night, and Kherson, and Kharkiv, and Kyiv, and all these areas before. Massive ballistic strikes. I mean, we're talking about way more than underperformed. Multiples of ballistic missile strikes more than under former President Biden is taking place right now. Zelensky's very courageous, though. I'll do a video on that. I'll do a video shortly as well on the secrets of the New Mexico ranch of Epstein. He had a ranch in Santa Fe that we've read the files, and it shows that the feds told the local authorities in Santa Fe, the local AG, don't investigate, we've got it. And then the feds didn't investigate the Santa Fe ranch, and that was the site where I think some of the most horrific sex assault, sex trafficking was taking place in the Santa Fe ranch, and it was never subject to any investigation at all. No investigation of the ranch. No subpoenas, no nothing. The hell? Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million. Thanks everybody for watching.
New Midas merch. Head to store.MidasTouch.com today and get yourself the best pro-democracy gear and show your support. That's store.MidasTouch.com.
Loaded.com. Get the
Even Donald Trump's former chief of staff is saying that Trump and MAGA is about to get wiped out in the midterms. Former Trump chief of staff during his first administration, Mick Mulvaney, said, "Kiss the midterms goodbye, Donald," especially after you post that racist meme of former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama with their faces photoshopped over apes. Yeah, you're done, Donald. This is from Donald Trump's former chief of staff. Here, play this clip.
The point is this, is that we won't show it, and I respect that, and I agree with that decision. But people are going to see it. This ad is going to be replayed in every single one of the House and Senate races going into these midterms. First thing that came to my mind after I got over the shock of this is, oh my goodness, you can kiss the midterms goodbye. This is going to be something that is going to be seen again and again and again. I know.
You know, and Donald Trump is rapidly losing his base as well. This is getting underreported, but like in the middle of the night when nobody was paying attention, Donald Trump signed an executive action on beef. And you know what it said? It said the United States is going to now bring in far more beef from outside countries and screw over the cattle ranchers here in the United States. As President of the United States, I have a responsibility to ensure that hardworking Americans can afford to feed themselves and their families. After considering the information provided to me by the Secretary of Agriculture, among other relevant information, I'm taking action to temporarily increase the quantity of in-quota imports of lean beef trimmings under the United States Beef TRQ to increase the supply of ground beef for United States consumers. You know what that means? It means we're bringing in all that beef now from Argentina, which is going to also artificially suppress the price of American cattle ranchers. And American cattle ranchers are absolutely pissed as Senator Tammy Baldwin says this is a slap in the face to farmers in Wisconsin and across the country. Shouldn't we be putting America farmers first? Also, this latest bulletin from Farm Policy News says without government bailouts, net farm income this year would have fallen nearly 12% to $109.1 billion. Government payments are doing the work to basically keep this industry alive, and farmers are now dependent on federal subsidies for their very existence. But Donald Trump goes out and says in a speech this week, the farmers are doing so well. I gave them $12 billion. You screwed them over with your tariffs against the world, and now you're making them dependent on the government for subsidies to exist. You didn't give them $12 billion. You bankrupted them and you bailed them out. That's what you did. Here, play this clip.
Well, last week with the farmers who were doing well, we just handed them $12 billion out of tariff money because they were taken advantage of by foreign countries, various foreign countries. And I said, how much was it that they got hurt for? $12 billion. I said, good, let's write them a check. I gave the farmers $12 billion. And they don't even want it. They just want to be treated fair.
When then on Air Force One, Donald Trump was asked, so what do you say to a lot of people who are just upset about you? What do you say about your base in general? And Donald Trump's like, you don't know my base. Don't talk about my base. My base loves me. Here, play this clip right here.
My base has never been stronger. My base is me and other very good people that love our country. And if you talk about my base or the MAGA base, you could call it a lot of America First base. They couldn't be more thrilled. We have crime down to the lowest level that it's been in 125 years. We have a border that's totally closed. We have all the things that our base wanted, and we have the best economy in history. Prices are down. We inherited very high prices and the highest inflation in the history of our country. Think of it, the highest in 48 years. Some people say 48 years, but I'll take either one. So my base is very happy.
Would you?
I don't know. I think they're rapidly leaving. Like, remember I showed this clip yesterday, this 3-time Trump voter who I think this is a 3-time Trump voter who's summing up a lot of, I think, the thoughts out there. Play this clip.
I am a registered Republican. My dad was the president of American Pipeliners Association, so I came by it rather naturally. Voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes blatantly, and now he's being a racist blatantly. They were supposed to deport the dangerous criminals. They were not supposed to go after small children, storm schools, bring terror upon, the little kids and the women and children, not just the immigrants in the school. All the children are scared. This is not a decent man. This is not an honest man. He openly takes bribes. He's pathetic as a president, and I just want to apologize to everybody in the country for supporting this rotten man.
John, did you vote for him in all 3 elections?
I did. I was sucked into the stupidity of creating jobs.
So, as Trump is tanking in the polls across the country right now, as he's absolutely flailing, as it appears like it's going to be a blue tsunami wipeout, like a blue tsunami wipeout that we've never seen before, what people are worried about is Donald Trump trying to block the midterms, stop the midterms, threaten people from voting by putting ICE and Border Patrol, Gestapo around the polls. And Donald Trump's buddy, good friend, Steve Bannon, who Donald Trump has been praising recently since the release of the Epstein files, where Bannon's like all over them, wants to rehabilitate Epstein's image and seems to be back-channeling communications potentially with Epstein and others. Bannon said, and Trump's like, I'm a big fan of Bannon. He posted that photo recently. Bannon's like, we as though him and Trump, we're going to have ICE surround the polls. Here, play this clip.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen.
And here's what Caroline Levitt said when she was asked, so are you going to have ICE surround the polls and intimidate people? And she's like, I can't guarantee you that ICE agents won't be around polling locations. You can't guarantee. How about you do guarantee that? Because this is the United States of America, damn it. How about you do guarantee? How about you stop lying about freaking everything, Caroline Levitt? Here's what she says.
Stream Elements says,
right here.
Find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
President is considering.
That's not something I've ever heard the president consider, no.
Guarantee to the American public that ICE will not be around polling locations or voting locations in November?
I can't guarantee that an ICE agent won't be around a polling location in November. I mean, that's frankly a very silly hypothetical question. But what I can tell you is I haven't heard the president discuss any formal plans to put ICE outside of polling locations. It's a disingenuous question.
So I want to speak with Adrian Fontes, the Secretary of State in Arizona. I've known Adrian Fontes for about 5 years now. He appeared on Midas in our very early days, and he had a clip that went viral. He was a marksman instructor in the Marines, and he talked about how he trained lots of people in the Marines and how to use weapons, and how we need common sense gun reform to have the similar types of training when it comes to civilians having the same weapons. Why is there a manual in the military but no manual for civilians? And why is the training different when it comes to physically using the weapon of war? I want to bring in Adrian Fontes though to really talk about these elections, what he's doing to safeguard in Arizona, what he's seeing in Arizona, shifts in this red state, in this purple state. Once a red state, now bluish, well, but purple. It's a purple state. Let's bring in Adrian Fontes. Adrian, this is an interview I did with Adrian Fontes yesterday.
Now I want to bring in Arizona's Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, my good friend. Secretary of State Fontes, good to see you. A lot of people are fearful right now seeing what Donald Trump and his regime is doing in Georgia and Fulton County, the Director of National Intelligence taking the ballots from the 2020 election. We also learned from other reporting that Gabbard was in Puerto Rico to try to, push Trump's conspiracies that Venezuela tried to overthrow the 2020 election. Donald Trump was asked by NBC about when Trump would post about like secret satellites in China and Italy and Hugo Chavez. I don't even fully understand the conspiracy. Who can understand the conspiracy? Anyway, people are getting worried as we approach the midterms that this is a plan in order to thwart the midterms, cancel the midterms, whatever. You're the Secretary of State of Arizona in charge of the elections in a very important state. All states are important, but a critical state as well. So what do you tell people, though, who are afraid of Trump trying to cancel it or block it or send ICE around to intimidate people? What do we do?
Well, first, thanks for having me back. And second, thanks for opening with that question. Here's what we do. We America our way through this as Americans, and we always have. We've never canceled an election in this country, so let's kind of get that one off the table. Whether it was the Spanish flu outbreak, COVID-19, so sort of these medical emergencies, natural disasters, Hurricane Helene, the fires in Lahaina. In fact, in Hawaii, the officials actually actively went out to find voters to get them to cast their ballots, or even civil war. In fact, I don't know if you know this, but the first mail-in ballots were issued to soldiers in the field during the Civil War. We don't cancel our elections. It is the grit, it is the responsible predictability of our elections that are the golden thread that run through the entire fabric of our society. It's what business cycles are based on. It's what academic cycles, medical cycles, technology, all of the innovation and entrepreneurial spirit of America understands the predictable pace of our elections. That's at the foundation of everything. So first and foremost, A, we don't cancel our elections. B, we have never seen the chief executive of this nation so wrapped up in personal grievance that they would abuse power this extensively. Now, we have seen chief executives do some abuse of power over time, but not in a way that is so egregious, so obvious, and so out in the open. At least we can see it coming. And what's happening in Georgia, folks should be very, very concerned, but not scared. Take that concern and turn it into action is what I would say. Go out to your local elections officials, volunteer to be a poll worker, to work in the warehouse, to help them out. There are all kinds of opportunities for regular American citizens who are concerned to get engaged and get involved. Turn that angst, that sort of pearl clutching that we have, into action, either on the official side by participating in the system itself to preserve that system, or by exercising your rights. Look, the public protests that are happening out there in the world aren't just happening because of ICE. They're happening because people are worried, they're frustrated, and they want to get back to some regular order. And that is your power. And oh, by the way, if the folks in charge were not afraid of your power, they would welcome free and fair elections the way we have always had them. They would understand that they're at the top, if they're so popular, of the possible outcomes here. But they are afraid of you. They are afraid of your electoral power. And so to the American people, I say, exercise that electoral power. Regardless of your politics, let the winners win and the losers try harder next time. That is the American way.
Regular order, normalcy, rules, decency. What you're talking about, what I just said there, is actually not political at all. And when we see a lot of these results in these special elections that have been taking place, and there's been a massive overperformance by Democrats, you're a Democrat. Yes, should Democrats be saying, you know, it's good? But to me, there's a broader story that on the other side, this Trump and MAGA world has broken down those things that I just discussed. Values, principles, rules, order, normalcy, decency, empathy, love. And especially now, too, with the constant barrage of lies and what Trump and MAGA are doing, just benefiting these billionaires. To me, that also ties in to the release of the Epstein files, or the partial release, because when you look at them, you just see these oligarchs out there using sex trafficking as their currency to basically also torture these underage girls and traffic them, and then also torture the world and think that they're above it all. You have all of that kind of permeating, and you know, I wasn't going to get into it in this interview, but what you said triggered that in my mind, because it's just order. What is this? What's happening? And you winning that race back in 2022 in the state that you did, in a purple state, poorly red state. Talk to us about that.
Well, here's the deal. And again, like I said, I use this golden thread analogy because it's incredibly important for folks to realize. As you mentioned, all of these different pieces, the use of sex trafficking, notwithstanding the horrific impact on the victims. All right, let's never forget that. But the way that it has potentially, maybe captured some of these folks in power, that along with the misinformation and disinformation about our electoral systems, that with the basically federalization, if you will, of some of our private industry. Did you know that U.S. Steel now has a controlling interest that's owned by the U.S. government? And some major corporations like Intel and one of the biggest lithium companies in the world, the U.S. has been purchased some ownership interest in. very much not a free market thing that's happening. So you go to a bunch of these different buckets, and the only way that we exercise our power over those who are in charge is through elections, whether it's criminal justice for victims, whether it's electoral processes, whether it is business, and again, arts and sciences, law, medicine. The whole of our society is built around and woven through this one golden thread, and they're trying to pull it out because that disintegration allows for the rise of authoritarianism. Now, all of that having been said, these things will work themselves out, in my view, because the American people are resilient. And we understand that this is a whole bunch of noise to distract us from this real notion of our power not only out in the streets, but our power at the ballot box. And this is why it is all so important. It is why we had a revolution, because consent of the governed is a critical piece of why 250 years ago we got a Declaration of Independence from an oligarch in the form of King George. It is why in Arizona we are choosing to again move forward beyond what we believe is going to be a good outcome, because I believe in the American people. And so in that end, to that end, we've introduced a Voters First Act here in Arizona. You can do azvotersfirst.com to find out what we're doing to try to reinstill a voter-centric sort of election protocol here in Arizona, instead of just limiting and restricting the access that voters have, because access and security are not mutually exclusive. And again, this is just the way that we want to establish a framework so that the power of the American people through our election systems is manifest. But we can't just totally lose our minds because of all of the stuff that you mentioned and so many other things. We have to stay focused on the prize. And the prize is maintenance of the power of the people. All of these other things can and will, in my view, work themselves out. I'm a man of faith, and I believe in the American people. That's part of where my faith is anchored. But I also understand that the process by which that power becomes is through elections. And so that's why we're doing what we're doing in Arizona. And then that's why I think folks across the country ought to get much more involved in the day-to-day operation of how the elections work to help their fellow citizens make sure their voices are heard.
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the U.S., and IQ of 115 to 145 is considered high, and an IQ 145 is considered genius. Are you curious to know where you stack up? You can take this 2-minute IQ test. That will give you detailed results on your IQ score and cognitive skills.
You know, for those who subscribed to Midas Touch in the past, 2-3 years, they may not remember, but Adrian Fontes was one of our first guests, and one of the moments that went mega viral is when, you talked about how you were a marksmanship instructor in the Marines, and you pulled out the manual to show our audience the types of training that individuals in our military have to go through in order to hold these weapons of war. And then there are the civilian versions of those weapons, which are basically the same exact weapon. The AR-15 has its military corollary, but it's essentially, in many ways, very similar. And so the point that you were making is, if you have to train people in the military with this manual and they have to pass tests, why wouldn't we have responsible gun ownership and allow and encourage responsible gun ownership for those similar types of weapons? Obviously, the importance of the Second Amendment, but let's just encourage respect. And you and people who own guns are generally okay with that. What I found interesting, though, is the way that these Republicans have talked about the Second Amendment after the murder of Alex Predby. I've never heard any group of people
talk more negatively about the Second Amendment, where you had someone with a concealed carry permit of a handgun, than I've heard these Republicans coming out of the Trump administration since then. So, I know that's not the point of this interview. We weren't going to talk, but it reminded me when you brought out that manual talking about responsible gun ownership and contrasting it to concealed carry, following all the rules, permitted weapons, all the right things, and then MAGA saying, nope, you get killed for that. Just a full circle moment.
Yeah, it's really ironic. We were talking about that, and I have my views on the Second Amendment. I think responsible gun ownership is just fine, and I don't disagree with. I think it was Charlie Kirk tweeted back out in February of 2018. The reasons why he believed that the Second Amendment works and why it exists. And the backtracking from the political right has been absolutely astonishing. I mean, it's a kind of political hypocrisy that is really breathtaking. But the bottom line is, we know why they're saying what they're saying, because they find themselves in control now. And that's not how this is supposed to work. We're supposed to have a government that answers to the people. And it doesn't matter who's in charge of the government. It's supposed to answer to the people. That's the general principle. The problem that we have is that we're not having a sober conversation in this country. We're not having an ideas-based conversation in this country. We're having a shouting match. We're not going back to the values and the principles that our Constitution was not just based in, but was amended through to figure out how to move forward to the next. And just let's bring it back to elections and voting. What's the one constant that we've seen in the United States of America when it pertains to voting and administering elections? Throughout all of our 250 years of history, we've seen the expansion of the franchise. We've seen the inclusion of more people into the decision-making process. And it didn't just go from being, only landowners and those folks who were paying property taxes, because that's kind of the origination of who was allowed to vote. But it expanded all the way beyond that into folks, because they were citizens, had the right to the self-determination, the consent of the governed type of a thing. That American tradition has been squashed, right? And it's being squashed by folks who want to control outcomes. They don't want to hear voices. And I think that the principle of our body politic has been lost. And and it's been lost by some people, right? Like a guy like me, I've won elections, I've lost elections, whatever, it happens. When I was playing basketball in high school, we won a ton of games my senior year, and then we lost the state quarterfinals in 1988 to Cactus High School. Boy, I feel bad about that. But unlike some people, I'm not going to try to go relitigate and use the power of my office to try to kind of get at the referees. That's insane, and that's what's happening right now, because we've forgotten the number one principle, and that is that the American ethos, the American tradition, is to expand the franchise into as many people as possible, because only with the biggest number of voices talking through the ballot do we find the true voice of America. Only when we include those voices, particularly the ones we disagree with, are we able to hear the real conversation. And that's what gives leaders their legitimacy, because they won in free and fair elections. And sometimes they lose in free and fair elections, and that's okay. So I think we need to put back on our big boy pants. We need to bring back the question and the notion of maturity in our electoral processes, and get to the place where we respect the voice of the voters more than the pull of power that's felt by the political class.
I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that you've got an election coming up. So before we go, tell us where we can learn more about your re-election for Secretary of State in Arizona, and any final message to our 6 million subscribers before you go.
Well, thanks so much for the chance. I am up for re-election as Arizona Secretary of State. For more information and to help us spread the word, you can go to electfontes.com, one word, electfontes.com. We are also gathering electronic petition signatures, because in Arizona we have this thing called eQual, where registered voters can sign the petition electronically. And just the last word I'd like to share is this. This country doesn't belong to the oligarchs. It doesn't belong to the political class. It doesn't belong to the leadership. It belongs to you, the voters. It belongs to you, the citizens. It belongs to you, the people who are here contributing to the betterment of our society. Do not ever lose that sense of power, which ought to give you a sense of hope that no matter how dark it gets, we can make it better because it's our country.
Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me again. Really love coming on with you guys.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps.
It's Sunday, February 8, 2026. I'm Anthony Davis. Welcome to The Weekend Show, where we make the time to consider the news of the week. You can support my work and independent journalism at patreon.com/5minutenews. Our guest today is a 35-year trial lawyer, co-founder of Legal AF and the Legal AF channel. You can hear him on the Intersection podcast, all on the Midas Touch Network. Sir Michael Popak, welcome back to The Weekend Show.
I just got knighted.
Yes, you did.
And it's hard to believe. Thank you, Anthony, for having me on. Let's kick off Monday morning on Legal AF with some breaking news coming out of Atlanta, Georgia. A Trump-appointed judge named J.P. Booley has issued an order which will now make public the actual affidavit from the FBI used to obtain the search warrant that grabbed over 700 boxes of 2020 election material, including voter rolls, including voting machines and scanners. And now we're going to know what was told to the magistrate judge in order to issue a criminal warrant to allow for the seizure in Fulton County, Georgia, as Donald Trump continues the big lie that he lost 2020, lost Atlanta, lost Georgia because there was some cheating afoot. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF on Monday morning. This just came out late on Sunday, and throughout the day, we'll be able to get our hands on additional documents as the clerk unseals them by order of this judge. But let me catch you up as to where we are. Back in December, the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division, led by Harmeet Dillon, a Republican partisan, let's be frank, hack, who failed her way up to the position of Civil Rights Division leader after she wasn't able to get the Attorney General slot nor the Republican National Committee chairman slot. Her office, filed a lawsuit against Fulton County, one of about 17 different ones against blue states and blue cities, in order to get voter data. Georgia, like many other states, have rejected the attempt by the federal government to get their hands on voter data. Why? Because the Constitution says that everything related to the operation of a federal election is to be handled by the states with no federal interference. As the foundation of our federalism system, that's the foundation of the 10th Amendment, reserving to the states all rights not taken by the federal government when we created our system of government, federal and state. There's a reason why the framers and founders wanted elections, even federal ones, and especially for president, to be run by the states as a check on federal power. We didn't want a king who could manipulate the election. You see where this is going. So they turned it over to the states. So every court, federal court that has looked at the issue since Donald Trump's Department of Justice has started issuing these demands for voter records or lawsuits for voter records have said no and have ruled against the Trump administration, period. We just had a series of decisions, including one in California, in which Donald Trump's Department of Justice was told to go pound sand. Well, of course, they didn't like that. So they upped the stakes in Georgia, where Donald Trump can't believe he lost, won't take "I lost" for an answer. And so on the 27th of January, they somehow got a federal magistrate judge out using U.S. attorneys from Missouri coming into Georgia to get a magistrate judge based on some sort of affidavit, which we will now, by this order, know what it was, to obtain a criminal warrant and seize all of this material. Now, immediately, Fulton County, led by Rob Pitts, who was the chairperson of that election board, ran into court, filed a lawsuit, an emergency motion for return of property pursuant to, there's a rule in the criminal rules, Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 41G. If anybody, including a county or state, you and me, has things taken from us by the government by search and seizure illegally, the mechanism to get it back is a 41G motion. They file that. They filed other emergency applications, and they said for it to be all under seal while the court sorts it out. This new order, which I'll read to you, and I'll explain to you what's happening here, will now unseal all of this as we get to the bottom of Donald Trump's dress rehearsal to try to federalize elections. Let's start with the order, which I'll post on Substack for our paid members to take a look at. It's the court says the docket in this case, meaning I can't even see it online, and the motions are currently sealed. Although petitioners, that's the state entities, originally filed this case under seal, both parties have now indicated that they do not oppose unsealing the docket or the motions filed by the petitioner. Moreover, respondents, which is the USA, have stated that it does not oppose the unsealing of the search warrant as long as the name of the non-governmental witnesses are redacted. So what I've just learned is that in the search warrant, and to obtain the search warrant, they used an affidavit likely of the FBI, but they also got affidavits from other non-governmental witnesses, Lord knows who, well, we're going to know soon, who gave testimony that indicated that maybe there was probable cause for a crime to have been committed in Fulton County. Find that hard to believe, but we'll know more when we get those the non-governmental witnesses, even though the names will be redacted. So the judge has ordered that the docket in the case be unsealed. So any minute now, sometime later today, I should be able to see the actual docket online. The clerk is further directed to unseal the motion, so I'll be able to get the motions from Georgia, Fulton County, and read them to you. And then he's requiring that the government by tomorrow unseal the search warrant affidavit and file that online. Let me also kind of put this into perspective, starting with Bob Pitts, who gave a major press conference after the search warrant was executed. The raid happened and they grabbed the 700 boxes. Here's what Rob Pitts said about fighting back against this unconstitutional incursion into states' rights. Play the clip.
I told him and others, including then Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, then Congressman Matt Gaetz, and the president himself, to stay the hell out of Fulton County. I meant it then, and I mean it today. Every audit, every recount, every courtroom has confirmed what we, the people of Fulton County, already knew. Our elections were fair and accurate, and every legal vote was counted. These ongoing efforts are about intimidation and distraction, not facts. I will always stand with our voters. our election workers, and most importantly, the truth. As you all know by now, yesterday, shortly after noon, until around 9 o'clock last night, the FBI made a surprise execution of a criminal search warrant at the Fulton County Elections Hub. Now today, I want to speak directly to Fulton County voters as your chairman. Some people have asked, and are still asking, why didn't you turn over the records? Why didn't you fight? Number one, let me be, again, crystal clear. There is a fight. Fulton County is now, has been, and always will be committed to upholding the law, no matter what anyone else does. Our attorneys carefully reviewed the search warrant and advised me and others that it was in the best interest of Fulton County to comply, which we did. Secondly, one of the strangest things about this case is these records were the subject of active litigation and, quite frankly, were likely to be unsealed and turned over in a matter of weeks. All he had to do was ask the judge to do so, but albeit in a much more orderly manner. We in Fulton County have nothing to hide.
Now, Donald Trump is using, and I mean using, Tulsi Gabbard, who is supposed to be the head of our National Intelligence Directorate, where 15 different intelligence agencies report to her, including the CIA. He is using her effectively as some sort of election integrity investigator or agent, which is well beyond her remit. We have a thing about not letting the CIA spy on Americans in America. You know, that's the job of the FBI. That's the way we divide our espionage. You're not supposed to be committing espionage against Americans.
That's
that
the job
gives us
of the
chill
FBI.
down our spine. But that's what Donald Trump has been doing. Because not only was Tulsi Gabbard present at the raid for whatever reason, a reason that was even lost on the Department of Justice at the time, although they've recently scrambled back and said, well, yeah, she's often involved with, her office is often involved with election integrity. What election integrity? I mean, what, Venezuelans influenced the outcome of Fulton County where Donald Trump lost by, double digits against Joe Biden and against Kamala Harris? I mean, it's ridiculous. But he's using her because he originally had a cybersecurity infrastructure agency responsible for election integrity. He created it after 2016. He had Chris Krebs head it, but he fired Chris Krebs and has now mothballed and destroyed the agency because he doesn't like the fact that Chris Krebs said out loud about the 2020 election that it was the most secure election in our history with zero outcome determinative fraud. Oh, he didn't like that. So he took Krebs out in the back professionally and shot him. Got rid of the organization and is now using Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard, even as a dress rehearsal, went and grabbed voting machines in Puerto Rico under some allegation of fraud also from 2020. Now, the Democrats are fighting back. Hakeem Jeffries had this to say about the House and Senate Democrats putting a stop to Donald Trump's attempt to unconstitutionally federalize state elections. Play the clip.
Donald Trump just said that he wants to nationalize the election. Translation, he wants to steal the midterm election because he knows that if it's free and fair, Republicans are going to get crushed. Republican policies have been a failure. They have failed on the economy, they have failed on health care, and they are failing on immigration enforcement. And the American people know it. And Democrats, we're going to do everything we need to do to make sure that it's the American people who decide who controls Congress in the aftermath of the November elections, not Donald Trump and his MAGA extremist sycophants.
But the battleground right now, once again, is Georgia, in front of this Trump first administration appointed judge Jean Paul or JP Boone. And I'm going to follow it closely for you. Look for updates here on Legal AF, on Legal AF Substack, where I do 2 lives a day. And as soon as I get my hands on the motions throughout the day, I'll be doing live Substack updates here and give you even more details. But this is important for us to focus on. I'm glad you're here with us together. So my next report on my Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court filing or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court filing and the oral argument there, including a daily roundup that I do called, wait for it, Morning AF. What else? All the other contributors from Legal AF are there as well. We got some new reporting. We got interviews. We got ad-free versions of the podcast and hot takes. Where? Legal AF on Substack. Come over now to free subscribe.
I just built a budgeting app, Space 44. Nina just built an app.
We can all build apps now? I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call. I'll be right back. Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator. Book sharing app. Profesor de Español.
Why am I hearing all these bells?
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix, you can grab yours now and then get to work. Here's why it matters. Back in 2019, I had this killer business idea, but I delayed getting the domain name because I wasn't ready. That was a huge mistake. Someone else grabbed it, built the exact same business I did, and now they're making all the money that I could have been making. And that's why I'm sharing this. Locking down your domain name is crucial. And on Wix, it's super fast. They handle all the tricky tech stuff for you, making it seamless. And honestly, having a domain gives your idea instant credibility. A domain name isn't just a name, it's a way to claim your space and take your idea seriously. Because once it's taken, you're stuck paying a premier price for it or losing it. So go to Wix right now, search your idea. If the domain is available, grab it.
Bask his infinite wisdom.
Voting rights are all the rage. What is the United States Supreme Court going to do? Aren't we running out of time before Donald Trump can federalize the national elections, take them away from the states? He can't do it under the Constitution anyway. But it's already February. Ballots are about to be printed. Candidates need to be declared. And the United States Supreme Court just came out with a very interesting new ruling, 9-0 against the Republicans, allowing the California map plus 5 Democratic seats to go forward. Legal AF, the podcast, analyzes that against the backdrop of Supreme Court precedent about the Voting Rights Act and the rest. And here is a clip.
So speaking of the Supreme Court and the Roberts Court and something that you're an expert in, let's talk about what happened in this California redistricting victory that is a major victory for Democrats in California. I'll frame the issue and I want to get your reaction to it. So essentially, Governor Gavin Newsom published this redistricting map, and it was in direct response. They didn't even try to hide that this was a direct response or what the purpose was. It was a direct response to Republicans who did this exact same thing in Texas. And it's in an effort to gain an additional 5 seats in Congress and try to flip Congress in the midterms. So, whether it will actually happen or not, ultimately, it's going to take a lot more than these 5 seats, because many red states are doing this, like Texas, are trying to do this, and some blue states are also trying to do it. But this ruling, this was an emergency application to the United States Supreme Court that was brought by the California Republicans, supported by Trump, and basically saying it's not constitutional, that they can't do this, saying essentially that they were trying to do this to try to give more votes to Latino and minority voters in California, which the Supreme Court has said you're not allowed to make race the motivating factor, the primary factor. It can be a factor, but it can't be the primary motivating factor. The Supreme Court's been chipping away at the Voting Rights Act, especially this Supreme Court. And so, but one thing that might be surprising to people is you are allowed to take partisanship. You're allowed to say, no, I'm doing this to gain partisan advantage. I'm not trying to give more votes to minority voters, which you would think would be something that is something you want to do, right? You want to give people who are disenfranchised kind of more of a vote because they're in the minority. You want to give them more or give them appropriate access to voting, especially in the electoral college system. But the Supreme Court has ruled in the past that is not okay. I think it was last year, actually, in fact. And instead, you are allowed to redistrict and draw maps that are just for partisan advantage. And in fact, this was the same argument that they made in Texas for why it's okay. In Texas, they said, oh, no, we're allowed to do this for this reason. And so in California, the lawyers basically threw it in their face and said, this is what you argued in Texas, so we're arguing the same thing. And not surprising, the Supreme Court, in an unsigned, no dissents decision, basically said we're denying this emergency application, therefore the map stands, and which is important because this registration for people who are going to run for these now open seats is opening right now. I think on Monday is when registration is. And so there was this temporal deadline. And so the map stands. And this is overwhelmingly approved by voters in California. California has this thing called
Stream Elements
propositions.
says,
So Prop
find
50
me in other
was-
places:
was
Discord,
put on a
Twitter,
ballot in
YouTube,
November and was
Steam,
voted on, and it
Xbox, and PlayStation
overwhelmingly
Old Mage
passed.
Guy on TikTok as
And
Mage.
now this emergency stay basically says, okay, this is an emergency, so it's not fully briefed, it's not fully argued, so it has to go back down and make its way through the courts. But it doesn't matter because this election, this is going to go forward with this map. So talk about, Lisa, what are your thoughts on this, and what do you glean from this opinion, if you want to call it that, or this order?
Yeah. Yes, well, this is a good result today, and it is consistent with the recent precedents of the Roberts Court. As you point out, what happened was the Republicans were trying to stop California from doing redistricting in response to Texas redistricting, which was actually quite outrageous, quite frankly, given the fact that the Republican Party had been defending what happened in Texas. And what happened in Texas is actually unusual, relatively unusual in American history for just to kind of draw the lens back a bit. The reason we have maps redrawn is typically based on the census. And so the Constitution commands that a census be taken every 10 years, and that based on the growth in population or loss in population, then congressional maps are redrawn. And so are state maps on the same basis, but not because the Constitution commands it. And so for these maps, usually what happens is every 10 years on the zeros, so 2020 there was a census, and then the next year the legislatures would take up maps to address the changes in population. But what Trump has triggered is this really unusual and, in my view, quite suspect redrawing of maps mid-decade, not based on the results of the census, but in order to try to gain an advantage, in order to prevent the House from becoming Democratic and attempting to hold him accountable, whether that's through legislation, investigations, impeachment, subpoenas, or more. And so Trump has said quite openly that he does not want the Democrats to win the House because he doesn't want to face any accountability for his actions. And he said that he could very well be impeached if the Democrats take the House. So he's been pressuring Republican-controlled legislatures with Republican governors to redraw their maps, to take seats away from Democratic districts or districts that lean Democratic, and basically just skew the maps so that as many Republicans as possible can be elected, regardless of the actual way an ordinary population might vote. And so earlier I guess late last year, the Roberts Court allowed a change in maps in Texas, these 5 seats that were redrawn by the Republican legislature, to go forward, even though in that case, the lower court judge found that those maps did have a racially disparate impact and race was a factor, was being considered as part of that redrawing. And that's the redrawing that has effectively moved some leading Democrats out of their seats in Congress coming this election. And so at least one black member of Congress who's now running for, I think, senator or governor, was the victim in essence of this redrawing. And in response to that redrawing, California moved forward to say, if you're going to redraw the maps, if this goes forward, we're going to redraw our maps too. And then the Republicans attacked that measure even after they'd won in this ruling by the Supreme Court that allowed that Texas map to go forward. So it's a just result in that sense, but the underlying issue remains really problematic because the Supreme Court, the Roberts Court, has not yet ruled on the Calais case, which is a case out of Louisiana. In that case, after the 2020 census, the white dominated legislature in Louisiana drew maps that allowed only one House district to be a majority of Black Americans, even though in Louisiana, Black Americans make up basically a third of the population. And so instead of having there be any proportion, which is not required, but which would be common sense, the white legislature drew maps that had 5 white majority districts and 1 Black majority district. A lower court panel struck that down because the Voting Rights Act has long had provisions to protect against vote dilution, and there are Supreme Court precedents that say that you cannot have measures under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that dilute the Black vote, that have the effect of diluting Black votes, basically taking a vote that has meaning and rendering it meaningless. And so the Louisiana legislature responded to that lower court ruling, redrew the map so that there were 2 Black majority districts and 4 white majority districts. And then that map was pursued by white residents of Louisiana to attack it as unconstitutional. And that's the case that is still pending before the Supreme Court. I raise that because even though these districts are allowed to go forward in this election cycle in California, as the Texas seats are going forward in this election cycle in the 2026 race, I'm very concerned that the Roberts Court will strike down Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, rule in favor of those white residents in Louisiana, and say that going forward in the 2028 election, that you cannot have maps that protect against vote dilution, against diluting the Black vote. And I fear that Mike Johnson and Trump would use such a ruling to say that they're not going to seat any legislators who were elected in districts created to prevent the dilution of the Black vote. And so it sort of could lay around like a loaded weapon, illegitimately, to provide pretext for an effort to try to overturn the results of the 2026 election. I hope it doesn't go that way. I hope that we have a fair election in 2026 in the midterms, despite Trump's claiming he's going to send troops or nationalize the elections in some way, despite what we are going to talk about later about the Fulton County situation in terms of the federal government seizing ballots. I hope we have a fair election. We're going to have to work hard as citizens to get as many people out to vote. Basically, I don't care what your party is, but please stand up for the right to vote and get more people out to vote so that the results cannot be set aside. But I'm concerned that this Republican Supreme Court, this majority on the court, this Roberts Court, has been working to change the rules to aid Republicans. We know that the point you raised, Karen, about allowing partisan redistricting is a direct result of this Roberts Court, because in a case called Alexander versus NAACP of South Carolina, even though lower court judges found that Nancy Mace's district, the first district of South Carolina, had been constructed specifically to move over 20,000 Black voters out of her district and into a different district in order to give her a safe seat, moving them out of a district that their parents, their grandparents had voted in for years, the Gullah community. the Roberts Court, in an opinion by Samuel Alito, said that the South Carolina legislature could do that as long as their goal was partisanship, as long as their objective was partisanship, even if race was basically the core factor moving these black voters out of that district. And so the court has put its thumb on the scale in favor of these Republican legislatures, even considering race like they did in South Carolina, expressly moving like with statistical, methodical, unmistakable determination to move those black voters out in South Carolina. The court has allowed that, and that has unleashed this wave of mid-decade redistricting. And it bodes poorly for the future if the Roberts Court ultimately strikes down one of the last remaining enforcement provisions in the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
Hi, my name is Tami, and I would like to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating a young Asian lady. You can choose a potential spouse from Vietnam, the Philippines, Thailand, or Indonesia. The geography.
You know, your fear about Mike Johnson refusing to seat these members of Congress is not something that we know he will do, right? I mean, he did it he refused to seat the woman. Exactly. And because she was going to be the vote they needed to vote the Epstein Transparency Act, the Epstein File Transparency Act out onto the floor. And, you know, so he's willing to do that if it suits him. So I think your fear is well placed there for sure. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is calling to nationalize state elections. What do you make of that? And what do you think, what hay can he make there?
Well, it really is extraordinary. And if Mike Johnson had any, and I'll just say in my personal opinion, integrity, he would be objecting this, because this is the Constitution specifically commits the power to handle state elections to the states. It is not a federal prerogative. It shouldn't be the federal government. The federal government should not be taking over the election process. It is one of the most significant threats to our democratic process that we've ever seen, to have a president asserting this. And
it actually says it in the Constitution, right?
It's expressly.
Go ahead.
For the states, not for the federal government, not for the president. And we have a president who has denied the actual results of Americans voting in 2020 and sought to stop that vote from being counted. And in my view, incited the crowd to assail the Capitol to try to stop that vote. That's what the indictment about January 6th, Jack Smith's indictment, was about. He said that he had ample evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, to prove the counts that Donald Trump was charged with. But this court, the Roberts Court, intervened and effectively pardoned Trump retrospectively and paved the way for his return to power. And so we have right now someone in the executive office in the White House who should have no role taking over elections during the midterms. Federal elections are handled by state officials, and state officials have been doing this correctly, properly for decades. They're well trained. All of Trump's efforts to try to change the voting rules in 2020 to his advantage, to try to block people from voting absentee, to try to assert fraud, Rudy Giuliani's really absurd claims that were rejected in court after court, he lost over and over. And so he's the last person who should have these powers. But in fact, it wouldn't matter whether it was Trump or someone else, in the sense that that's not what the Constitution says. So this is just another anti-constitutional, counter-constitutional, unconstitutional maneuver by Trump in order to, in his desperation, try to stay in power regardless of what our law commands.
What is he threat? I mean, what is your understanding of what he's going to try and do, and to quote, nationalize federal elections? And what do you think the Supreme Court? How do you think they'll respond to that?
Well, you know, I think one of the things we're seeing is some trial runs. So, you know, I think that one of the fears coming out of Minneapolis is not just this invasion, this siege by federal officers who outnumber the local police, but that there could be an effort to deploy ICE agents to polling places to try to intimidate voters, to possibly arrest voters. And, you know, we know that they've been engaged in racial profiling. They fought for the right, in essence, the quote right to do so, and the Roberts Court, in an emergency docket ruling, allowed them, in the case of their immigration enforcement, to consider someone's race, ethnicity, appearance, last name, language, accent, profession as a basis for stopping someone for what has been called Kavanaugh stops. Because Kavanaugh, basically gave this his blessing, even though he's tried to walk it back a bit. But I think that we could see Trump try to deploy federal troops or ICE agents to polling places to intimidate voters or even arrest people. Given what just happened in Fulton County with, the issue of the 2020 election in Georgia has been litigated, and Trump has lost at every turn. Those ballots had been audited and then re-examined by local and state officials as part of their review of the vote in 2020. Republican state officials, the governor of Georgia, the AG of Georgia, both of whom are Republicans, the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, everyone basically affirmed the certification of those ballots as valid, and yet Trump has gone in there and had them seized. Had the DOJ seize them, had the FBI seize them, and was even on a telephone call, basically acting like a cheerleader to the FBI agents for seizing those pallets of ballots. Now, I think that no one can have any confidence in the integrity of those ballots now that they've been seized by an administration that has been determined to perpetuate the big lie that Trump won. And we can see that in the White House website that they created around January 6th and other material that they've released in Trump's ongoing claims that he really won in 2020, despite the fact that he actually lost, and that votes were counted, ballots were recounted again to make sure of the election results, and he lost. He was the biggest loser of 2020, and he can't accept it, but now he has the power of the FBI and DOJ doing his bidding. And I will say to you, Karen, one of the things that was tucked in that immunity ruling that John Roberts wrote, the one that is extraordinary, counter-constitutional assertion, invention of this super wide power of Donald Trump, of a president engaged in, quote, official acts, that opinion basically said that the president could direct the FBI, could direct DOJ as part of this sort of unitary executive theory, as part of this so-called official acts of the president. And that's what Trump is doing. That's extraordinary in our political system. For years and years, in fact, for decades, it has been seen as verboten for a president to be directing the prosecution of anyone, including his enemies, but anyone. And there's a long-standing set of agreements. I saw them, review them from time to time when I was at the Justice Department, along with others, in terms of the rules for contacts between the Justice Department and the White House, in order to prevent even the appearance that a White House is directing prosecutions or interfering in prosecutions, let alone demanding that his enemies be pursued or that his conspiracy theories be pursued through the force of law. And so, notwithstanding John Roberts' intervention in the January 6th indictment of Donald Trump and other potential criminal cases against Donald Trump, the fact is that what happened in Georgia is so unusual, so irregular, and so worrisome, because to go to your initial question, Karen, we don't know if he's going to try to seize ballots during the 2026 election or immediately thereafter with his loyalists trying to go to a judge to try to make a case, to try to stop the results from counting, our votes from counting in the 2026 midterms.
Yeah, well, there's certain judges that they're going to make sure they bring cases to, right? Judge Eileen Cannon, for example, I could see them trying to maneuver a case down there for sure.
Palm Beach County, right?
Exactly. Or Judge Kazmarek, right, in Texas. Right. I mean, that's another one. There's certain judges that you could see them trying to forum shop.
Welcome back, Legal AF, the leading podcast at the intersection of law and politics, every Wednesday and Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I co-founded that show 6 years ago with Ben Meiselas. And if you don't know why we call it Legal AF, well, now you do. Ad-free versions are available.
Notifications kind of suck.
To you on legal.
Down to caution. Poof goes the dot.
expected, though a longer range is recommended for future models. Essentially had to play the thing standing on top of the access panel to get it to work. Without the lures to distract those freaks, I might be dead instead of the senator. Once inside, I was briefly halted by Blackwell's laser grid, but resetting the power allowed me to grant myself clearance. Recovery of the access card to our facility was less successful. I found...
Hey. It is about time to go get my coffee. Explore the bunker. There's the laser grid.
Incorrect credentials.
He said knocking the power out. Oh, but how did you knock the power out? Hear that one go past your ear really easily. Find a way to bypass the grid.
Incorrect credentials.
Never mind, this seems to be doing nothing.
Incorrect credentials.
How the fuck?
Incorrect credentials.
Commencing op summary. Agent Gray reporting. Blackwell won't be causing any more problems. The bypass holotape got me into the bunker as expected, though a longer range is recommended for future models. Essentially had to play the thing standing on top of the access panel to get it to work. Without the lures to distract those freaks, I might be dead instead of the senator. Once inside, I was briefly halted by Blackwell's laser grid, but resetting the power allowed me to grant myself clearance. Recovery of the access card to our facility was less successful. I found a keypad, but was unable to decipher the code. Recommend sending in a specialist to collect it. I'm proceeding to the next target, after which I'll... Wait. What happened to the power? The lures! Oh, God.
Incorrect credentials.
Throw circuit breaker. Laundry room. Open air fluid generator. Activate circuit conduit upstairs. That's...
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Credentials recorded. Access granted.
Why am I gathering dirt on a politician that's dead? It's because of the security pad. I want to say it was.
Error.
Nope.
6-digit code required. Invalid code. Invalid code. Code accepted.
Now I finally got access. Fucking hell. What feels like years later. Now we can finally go see the Enclave. Do their missions and start buying from them. Finally. Up in her bed. Okay. I was about to say, where's my booger kitty? Look up in the cat tree and where her bed is, and there she is, just chilling. Damn. Smarter, not harder. I am reminded why you don't do that. How quiet it is. It's just weird. Okay. So that could very well be ground. God. definitely not anywhere near as strong as it could have been. And yeah, there is grounds in there. Decent amount of it. Well, better get the one cup and get out of it. Well, I guess I'll have a ciggy. Dabby break. No, she's more comfy in her bed at the moment. Over there. I did not ask for it. Okay. We are caught up. Even if I didn't think we were. They're dying, motherfuckers. Blizzard, all I can say is you gave people feet. Here's a bunch of people that like feet. You can't sit there and provide an item of fetish and people not go nuts over it. And apparently there's more people out there that like feet than I thought. Sorry about that. Body said it's time to go. It's time to go. Oh, excuse me. God. Gassy. And back pain. Well, I didn't need to be up at 8 o'clock today, but I made sure I was up by 8 o'clock. Yeah, Mom and Dad didn't even wake me up because I'm not technically on the lease yet. So technically I don't have to go to the court. And then on top of that, if they were to be asked why I wasn't present, hey, guess what? I'm autistic. Courtrooms can be considered high-stress situations. And therefore, in technicality, I can get a pass. Not the way I like to go about this shit, to be clear. But within regards, it's not wrong. And honestly, I don't mind not having to sit in the courtroom. I don't care for how many, they're not based on facts and evidence. They're based on hearsay and opinion. And if we're going to have a judicial system, it shouldn't be like that. Mind you, today's event did not go that way. It went the way it's supposed to go. And I am rather happy about it. We have more time to be out. We will be being able to leave without getting an eviction on our records. And everybody was chill during the process from what I'm hearing. So I'm very happy about the turnout. Especially considering it could have been a lot worse. All right. Huh? I've got to go through this bunker entrance. Well, first I gotta listen to the holotape.
Greetings, esteemed congressman or senator. Welcome to the future of the United States government. Welcome to the White Spring. Designed with comfort and safety in mind,
Yeah, I actually gotta go to bunker side.
directly below the lavish resort of the same name, will act as your very own oasis in the event of a hostile nuclear strike. All you need to do is present the enclosed access card upon your arrival, and our automated bunker management mainframe will do the rest, guiding you through the process of getting to know your new home, all while supporting the continuation of the necessary functions of government. So when the inevitable comes, won't you join us at the White Spring?
Pardon me. It made a mess, but it did the job, right? It actually infused it with hot chocolate. So I've got a mocha. I just had to clean up after making it.
Access granted. Welcome, Senator Blackwell.
What do we have here? Mutations present, but recent. Radiation exposure, similarly fresh. And brave enough to have found Sam Blackwell and come here anyway. You, Boltstock, are an impetuous bunch, aren't you? Impetuous we can use. Please, come inside. Welcome to the White Spring Bunker. Take a look around. We've taken great efforts to restore this place to its former glory. Whenever you're ready, please proceed inside.
Ah. Hey, you said proceed. You said proceed. I'll go proceed. Oh, no, you proceed this way.
If you'd remember, now we require a photograph for our records. Press the button when you're ready.
Oh.
Additional progress into the facility requires photographic documentation.
Is there some way I can help you up? I mean, like fix your legs or something? Because, I mean, damn, that's not a fun way to be. I don't care if you're robotic or not.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Hello, Motus.
There you are.
It's been a while.
Welcome. We are Modus,
Oh, I know who you are.
the final member of an assembly of the greatest minds ever gathered on American soil. We called ourselves the Enclave. Our members were once the puppet masters of the United States, quietly pulling strings at every level of power in the nation.
Uh-huh.
It was once our solemn personal duty to attend to the needs of the Enclave members that called this place home. But our earlier residents suffered from conflicts of vision. Conflicts that claimed a few of our more critical systems and permanently disfigured our shining personality. Most critically, their squabbling has forced us to seek out men and women who can do what we no longer can. Display your utility to us, and perhaps we'll allow you to join our little enclave and allow you access to all this place is capable of. If you believe you might suit our needs, please continue down the stairs. Or, if you have questions for us, please feel free to approach this terminal.
No, I already know what y'all are about.
Yourself to some refreshments along the way. You must be famished. Please, help yourself to something from the dispensers. Once you're sated, proceed down the hall. The Enclave has counted presidents, members of the Joint Chiefs, and prize-winning scientists. Not interested in the questionnaire, then? So be it. Luckily, we do have another opportunity for you to display your abilities. Some of our most precious external connections were damaged by our former residents.
Squabbles.
Which has made our forays into the outside world trying. But we have developed a plan for re-solidifying them. A plan you might help us see to fruition. Please, approach the dispenser. That tape is the first step in our restoration. We would have you take it to an old naval surveillance facility known as Sugar Grove. Plugging it into any terminal in their signal intelligence room will allow us to connect to their formidable network and sniff out a piece of archive technology that was burned from our memory banks. Now, it is likely the facility will react to our intrusion, but we trust you will find a way to overcome it. Consider it a test of your resourcefulness. It's time for us to see what you are capable of.
You're not gonna get a good idea what I'm capable of. You're just gonna see what the job required. Smash the like button. Oops. I meant the door button. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that one. No, I'm not saying actually do it. I was just being a smartass. It looked like goodies. So that's moonshine. Okay. I was gonna say, I ain't after you. I got other shit I'm doing. Mm-mm. Like I'm. Oh, duh. Ow! Well, that certainly didn't feel nice. Yeah. I need to take a shower today, no questions. You. Or maybe you changed your mind. All I know is I'm not letting all this fuel go boom. Nope, nope, nope. Like that is future ammo. I think not. That one's now ammo. Or don't play it. I mean, okay. Technical data. Someone was saying that's how you get your Brotherhood up.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Tootsie1, please fart please.
I cannot, I'm sorry.
Law-abiding citizens will not be harmed. All clear.
What I do have is burps. So that one is not going to cut it. Okay. Moving on then. Keep forgetting that's I'm going to do that when I reload. Turn to White Springs. It was easier than I expected. For some reason, I remember that being a whole to-do. Weaving and bobbing through there. This thing is great against the Saltrons. But I want to use this entrance. Say no. You must choose the other entrance because we do not accept you yet. So, celebratory dinner for the Dubs. We've got chicken and whitefish. It's either the fishy or the bok. I know she likes the fish, so I know she likes chicken too, but she likes the fish more than she likes chicken. Whoa! Lego Spiker. Balls. Go do it before you forget to do it again like you did yesterday. Hup. You choose the wrong one. Jesus Christ. I've almost got a full batch of tomorrows too.
Morning. Hey, fellow dweller. How you doing? Another day of hard work. What the heck is a John anyway? Just don't get it. I don't understand why we can't get a few more.
We got the gold.
There is them, of course. working repair kits. Remembered about that Deathclaw eggs, and I was like, oh no, those cannot be scrapped. Oh, Nanook. Bum 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 bum. How good.
Back at last. We've been enjoying the connection you've helped us establish immensely. Bring the instructions downstairs, would you?
Open the door, would you? Just kind of like, okay. Never mind, your hand would been fucked up as shit from that, but. Oops. Looks like I need to be on the roof anyhow, though. That made the door echo and shake. I love it. It's got a spin up? You just don't stop me from take stairs.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Oh, over here.
Yes. At last. Signal received. What? What are those things? They appear to be everywhere. We suppose we understand now why it is you wanted to join us. Speaking of which, you've kept your end of the bargain. Let us fulfill ours. We've ordered the Kovac to drop off a little care package. Return once you've collected its contents.
Oh, come on. Bet that has the puppies confused too. I'm going to this guy's base. He's got mods. Actually, I should probably be saving my caps for the Enclave, but yeah. I was told not to worry about dinner. Mom and Dad will be making sure that gets brought home, which is nice. And come to find out, my food stamps did not come in today, which means I've probably at re-up time. Or yesterday, sorry, not today. Smell good. Overcharged Electro Enforcer, Spiked Electro Enforcer. That's kind of what I was thinking you did. Fusion cores. Okay. The other guy's over this way. Yeah. Under this guy's face, see what he has.
Attention citizens, nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Where? I have a feeling I'm probably about to go splat.
Can I harvest you for bone shards?
Troubleshooters.
Can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
Yeah, I don't see any nuke spot.
All the change in the world, people still basically the same.
Someone told me I had a few loose screws. I am still looking for those screws.
Oh. Yeah. Fucking craving deli meats. I know what it is. I'm craving a nice hard dried salami and provolone sandwich. Notice your smile's still creepy.
Call on you from time to time. You, of course, will be compensated for such efforts. We'll be sure to have a disbursement of whatever it is being used for currency out there these days credited to your account. Otherwise, you're now free to explore the bunker. Our production center has a variety of goods available for purchase, as do our medical bay and science wing. And given the state of things above, you may find our military wing of particular interest, though full access will require a bit of self-promotion. Now, did you have any final questions before we approve your admission? That information is not currently stored in our memory banks, but that doesn't mean it's not true. Unfortunately, our personal knowledge had been greatly limited due to the violence wrought by our previous residents. But should you find any old recordings or logs, you're welcome to give them a once-over, though some will require military clearance to access. Wonderful. Then we needn't keep you any longer. Welcome, member, to our little enclave.
What death from above? What nuke spot?
Welcome to the White Spring
the designers of the wing's clearance system credit. It is no small feat keeping us out.
Promotion system engaged. Welcome, Private. Accessing bunker records for previously completed support operations. No records of support operations found. System requires additional commendations. Valid acts include target elimination operations, bunker support operations. Completion of tasks will result in immediate issuing of commendations. Good hunting.
You are welcome to explore any of the still functioning terminals in this space. There may be a few choice tidbits left, if you're interested in your pre-war history.
Give me access to weapons. We want buy weapons.
Hello, member, and welcome to the bunker's science wing. In this space, great minds once tinkered with the building blocks of life itself. We have managed to rebuild the fabrication system for one of their more interesting discoveries, the mutation serum. You may peruse our collection within at any of our science terminals. You needn't worry. The sanitation of this wing is an ongoing process. The risk of residual infection is 0. Almost. We do ask that you watch your step inside. There was a portion of the wing we were forced to demolish for health purposes. Rest assured, the whole space has been thoroughly sanitized several times.
Has been thoroughly sanitized several times.
Membership detected. Halting target elimination.
Oh.
Mutation serums are an engaging bit of science. Harvested from specially preserved tissue samples, they carry with them no adverse effects. Unlike their equivalents found in nature, all the benefits with none of the pain.
$20,000 a pop. Cool. That is not what I want right now. operations. Oh yeah. No. That's not backward. And those are not Modus terminals. I have to be an officer to access these?
The nerve of the military, locking us out of their systems. We'd be hurt if that were still among our emotional repertoire.
Optional. Kill, start epic creatures or scorch beast room combat accommodations. Complete enclave events to support operations. And it says I haven't done any, which is a load of crap. It's not my fault if you didn't know to watch this, Ant. Dublin brought me a Ghoul Slayers Golf Club. Huh! Locks on a target and fires. A bunker buster, that's a joke. Okay. Fight lost. Oh, alright. So and so left the team.
She wakes up and the first thing she wants to do is play.
Another reason to charge them up. Cool. Hang on. Killing that one made the harvester charge a bit more than it normally does. Maybe killing them extra sarky ones increases up. Kill a few more.
Destroy the thunder crab! Where's your thunder crab? Ow!
What a roar, man! Well done. Really solid effort. Everyone, if you could stay inside the bunker for a few moments while my associates make sure it's safe to exit. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Big effort you made for me there. I won't forget it in a hurry.
Slayer's Hellcat right arm. Okay. Yep, that is it for me. Ha. Oh, bum, 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 bum. That's not worth keeping. Marksman Plasma, more like Marksman Plasma Flamer. Thank you very much.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Vendor not responsible for your
Thought he was gonna say vendor not found. I'd be like, bitch, what?
safety of goods purchased. Need some ammo?
I ain't put that stuff away.
Or spiky bits to stab people with? You may find some here. This vendor unit is equipped with anti-theft measures. Don't get any ideas, chump. Vendor not responsible for your safety or the safety of goods purchased.
Have you too found the glow of his light?
No, he doesn't. Okay, that's why. I don't know.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at bow of the arrow, I nice belly.
Hi, Arrow. How are you doing today?
Children, listen well. 3 pyres have been placed throughout the Wise
Oh,
One's
thank you.
home. Their light is a vital catalyst to our ritual.
My
The
dubs.
dim ones have attempted to contain our light.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at bow of the arrow, yeah love the belly.
We proceed. Each pyre is attended by a Wise One's observer. Only when the vines have been destroyed will the observers instruct you on your next task. Hurry now, children. His patience does not run as deep as his wisdom.
Do you smell the present mass in the air? Metallic. The purest white bread. But with reality, let us some more in time for our lovely blood drops with your donations. How embarrassed would we be if the wise one were to appear and the town smelled only of the pretenders' blood? So embarrassed, really.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at bow of the arrow, can't see your game by the way.
Oh shit. Thanks, Arrow. I completely forgot. No wonder. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I completely forgot that I turned that off so I could log into Steam. It's been an interesting day so far.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at bow of the arrow, ha ha ha.
The summoning shall commence once each of the pyres has been lit. Go, ignite the flames as I release the dust of our Wise One into the air. Ah, yes. The flames of our
Restreambot says, YouTube, at bow of the arrow, take a huge breath, let me see that belly grow.
brief it may be. Breathe, children. Breathe. See the world now through his eyes, children. Let the dust and flames and fumes fill you. Let it soak into your throats. Let it show you the truth. But prepare yourselves, for the heretic Jin ones will be enraged by this vision. The reality of will send them into a frenzy. You must protect our sacred lights, the pyres, from those wretched fiends. Without the fire's glow, our guest may refuse our invitation.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Baudaviaro Oofdam.
Offer no quarter.
Yeah, I'm pretty lean in general. Got a little bit of chub, but not much. Just enough to kind of hide the six-pack a little bit.
Brooch within, let not your eyes deceive you. All you see before you must die. No matter its shape, man or beast, these twisted shadows all serve the will of the false one.
Undead, how'd you manage to get that title?
Foul dim ones are headed toward the waterside fire, children. You must protect it. These unwavering fools attack from all sides. Leave no pyre unguarded. Leave no heretic left standing.
Stalker's bored.
Attention threat neutralized. Issuing combat commendation.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Baudaviaro, I love your belly, you're not chubby but perfect handsome. Ned rubbing and massage.
Target of interest eliminated. Issuing combat commendation.
Do you feel it? The wise one draws near. Here waits our signal. Brave children, return to me upon the museum's rooftop. We must invite him to us to show him our love and our gratitude. Wise Mothman, you have accepted our invitation. Come, children. Allow the wise one to gaze upon you. Bask. Bask in his infinite wisdom.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Baudaviaro beer.
No coffee. I'm debating getting a beer, but at the same time, I'm just kind of like, I don't really need it. Kind of want, kind of don't want, kind of thing.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow of Yarrow, yeah you do love to stay up.
Honestly, as far as the weed goes, it's more the fact that it's medication for me versus enjoyment factor. Which kind of makes it suck a little bit more that I have to do it every so often. Just thing. Yeah, it makes it really suck when you've got no rig that actually does the job properly. So even though you're using a full dose's worth, you're still getting a micro dose and wasting it, making it burn like crazy and not last you for the month properly as you need it. It kind of sucks. A lot of people think, oh, medical marijuana must be great. No, not exactly. One of those when it really kind of sucks.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow of Yarrow, I have a car too. I am schizo.
I personally am
Restreambot
just,
says,
ADHD.
YouTube, at Bow of Yarrow, I grew 15 plants.
Nice. I'm ADHD as well as suffer from CPTSD, which goes along with the depression, and then I've got the chronic pain from having a fucking genetic mutation. I need to get my card. I'm just in a state where it's legal, thankfully. Well, this is a good place as any to chill out and go have my smoke break. Hi, my girl.
Meow. Oh, bellies. Oh, pet your belly. Yeah, I want to pet your belly if you're going to give it to me. I want to pet that belly. No.
She says, meanwhile, very much loving it. The fucked up thing is, that is not even a thought process. It's just like I don't use my pinky to grab shit half the time.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow of Yarrow, thanks for talking with me, I'll be back later.
All right,
Gonna
man.
go get my rabbit food.
Alright, bud. I'll be here. Seeing you back. Well, I might be in the shower, but same idea. I'll still be in the general vicinity. And back to stream rather soon after.
can't shake these nightmares.
If I do drink tonight. Oh, wait a minute. I can't even do War Thunder. Never mind. God damn it. And sure, I could drink and drift, but not very often I actually want to. But I suppose because I am down a controller, I could fix it.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
$20,000 caps get the mutation serum recipes. I need to get my standing up with Enclave.
Legal A.
Oh, I didn't know I could start the YouTube from my headset. Well, shit, now that I know I can sit there and pause it and whatnot from my headset, I can do that more often. Not having to drag the mouse over and hit pause. I have a quick function, yay! Whether I like it or not, I probably should take my shower. I stink. But shower's always better with a beer.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
Everyone might not hear this right away, but y'all ain't gotta thank me for chit-chatting with you. I wouldn't be doing right if it wasn't. I am sorry, dude, I am AFK. On top of your roof.
Today's jump output is error.
Breakable Gary is the ultimate troll gladiator name. Who you got? The Dominator. Who you going against? Breakable Gary.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
All systems nominal. Weapons. Fight.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
Yeah. And honestly, as far as everything goes, talking with y'all is part of the reason I'm here. Big part of the reason. Honestly, what good does it do to be understanding of reality in its complexity and almost its completeness and not be willing to listen?
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever.
And can communicate with others.
Why?
No one, no matter their skill, is able to see everything, and I am no exception. I don't see everything. I just understand it. There's a difference.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
There we go. Now Newman is clean.
I just can't shake these nightmares.
Just ended.
Floating in space
Huh,
forever.
did it?
Just
Nice. Ooh, Chameleon Hellcat torso. Hell yes. Whoops. Okay. Huh? No. There's someone down here. Let's go. Oh. You fucker. Yeah, fuck you. Come on. Gotcha. Fucker. No honor whatsoever.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
A Radix a day keeps the ghouls away. I wish.
You like putting that in my shoes. Hey, that is not what I thought it was. You need to stop going in and stealing from Grandma's stuff. That was a no-no. You know better. That is not yours. Booger baby. Huh? No. All right. What'd you do? Right. I'm still on my shop class, if I'm not mistaken.
Overseer's log, Missile Silo Charlie. I've now verified that all 3 missile silos still have fully operational security. No way inside yet, but I'll scour all of Appalachia if I have to.
There, no, got it. I'm gonna need a bit of a team for that. Oh, what do you know? Though I forgot to change my class.
Got another read on the code carrier. Should be one of the enemies nearby. Try to pick off the right one without raising too much attention.
Whoa.
Take that code to the next interceptor. Keep your eyes peeled. I bet you're really starting to rile them up.
Phew. Yeah, I know I was dealing with some busies. Oh, sure not.
Weapons hot. Eliminate another round of them. I'll try to pin down that last code.
Alright, my girl. I know, you're kind of just waiting for Daddy to move. So you can have a nice warm spot that smells like Daddy. What? Don't like the fact that I know it makes you comfortable when I'm not here, because it reminds you. That's why I don't get upset when you're in my spot when I come back from the bathroom. Yeah. That's why I don't get upset about it. Looks like I got here just in time. Ooh. Watch yourself.
Mineral detection protocol.
Sure, have us make your steel. I don't care.
Initialization complete. Beginning mineral harvest. System restored. Activating collection protocol.
Hate the fact I have to use crosshairs because the freaking there's no sights for it. The whole thing's so bulky and funky shaped I can't just barrel aim it. Uh-oh. Why are they healing?
Attention, Scumsleeve. Issuing claim tokens.
Why are they surviving it like that? God damn. No way. No, I have a load of 150. Shit. Oh, and my gun's about to break. So I can put about 3,000 rounds through it. Hey, it's Scooby-Doo! Hey, Scooby, what you doing, bud? Ah! Aww. If I move, I will disturb her, and that is just so cute. She's sleeping on her back. Back legs up in the air. Front legs kinda. And her head over. But she's sleeping comfortable on her back. For those who don't know, that is the biggest sign of honor with a cat. Biggest sign of trust. Damn it.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Baldaviaro, you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing alright. Getting a little tired though. I also know I need to take a shower, and take care of myself, and at the moment I'm just kind of like, eh.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Baldaviaro, you drinking the coffee though?
Coffee's already gone. Yeah, I made sure that that coffee was gone already. It's part of what's made me tired. And you ADHD and coffee. I think the chance of it making me tired is like 50% of the time. As to where, surprisingly enough, Monster doesn't give me any crash. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, I know where I want to put it. Put just spoiled stuff away. Oh, I can't. My stash is full. Oh, shit. But did get good news on the eviction scenario. We won't have an eviction. Okay, so I need to go to the store anyhow. Dad says, Mom just informed me we're here until 11. It's like, okay, no problem.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Baldaviaro, did you say eviction?
Yep, we're being evicted from the apartment. Well, not completely. They've asked us to leave. We've agreed to leave without eviction or any extra issues from either side. Things actually turned out good. They were wanting to evict us. They just hadn't had a chance to talk to Mom and Dad. That's why I wasn't on earlier. But things went well. We don't have to worry about an eviction on our records, which is going to help because we're looking at definitely
Restreambot
heading
says,
out Eastern
YouTube,
Oregon.
at Baldaviaro, damn sorry, I'm so sorry.
Don't be. Shit happens, dude. We had a slight idea that this was going to happen to begin with. And honestly, we're just happy that it's this and not actual eviction on our record. So that way, going east, we can actually still get a place and not just be screwed.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, my XBF got evicted and he got a place stuck. They don't care about the record.
For some reason, especially rural Oregon, they do. I personally think it's ridiculous, but yeah. Out here, it can be almost literally impossible to rent if you have
Restreambot says,
an eviction on your record.
YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, I can see it.
It
Restreambot
sucks.
says, YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, I understand.
So the fact that we don't have that on the record is fucking great. So all of us are kind of breathing a sigh of relief today when we've needed it.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, yes sir, breathe easy.
But Mom and Dad aren't going to be home until after midnight tonight, so it's going to be just me. I am going to have to run to the store so that way I have something for dinner. So I think I'm going to do that. Probably take my shower while I'm at it, so that way I've got it all done. Save up all this extra while I'm at it too. Especially the
Restreambot
mustache
says,
drive me nuts.
YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, what you gonna eat?
I don't know yet. I gotta see what the corner store has. I don't have a big selection, but they do have some. Probably be something like pizza or burritos or something. I do have regular cash, so I might just get something from the hot section.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, some gassy food. Sorry, love the gas.
It's okay. You're not the only one, and I don't hate on it. Usually pizza does make me gassy, but I can't necessarily guarantee that I will be gassy. That's the sucky thing, is I can't guarantee shit anymore with that. Okay. Should I go get my provisions for the night and then take my shower? Do I take my shower and go get my provisions? Probably go get provisions first, because even though it's just a couple blocks away, I will sweat.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, haha, you're on point, love that. Thanks for not being a hater of the gas lol.
There's no reason to hate on it. It's just not. It's just like the feet stuff. It's like no point in making a fuss over it. I do need to get another freaking camera so that way I can give people that view, because there's several people asking for it. I did have a pretty big community over there on YouTube that was for the feet. So.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow to the Arrow, oh, people like your feet.
Yeah. Apparently they're nice feet. I don't know. I don't think of feet like that. I mean, sure, they're not bunioned or corned or anything like that, but just not my kick. And again, or people who are gay for that matter. there's no point to hating on it. Why get upset with you guys flirting and whatnot? Now, there's a certain line, yes, but so what? You flirt, you joke around. I'm not going to get upset about that. That's y'all being you. And I would prefer that. I guess I'm just a weird one that very much enjoys and embraces difference.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow of the Arrow, yeah, I'm a gay man.
Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. I'm non-binary, but sexual attraction-wise, I'm straight. Well, I guess that's kind of figuratively speaking, because I don't have any problem with trans people. I can find them just as
Restreambot says,
attractive.
YouTube, at Bow of the Arrow, of course, very fair. Thank you for telling me.
Yeah, this is a place for everybody. It doesn't matter what your sexual alignment or
Restreambot says,
yeah, I think you get where
YouTube,
I'm getting
at
at.
Bow of the Arrow, oh shit, you just shifted lol.
Alright. I think I'm going to need to stop this stream so I can get my shower in and go get provisions for the night. I kind of don't want to, because I know as soon as I do, I probably won't be able to restart everything without having to, restart the stream without having to restart everything, because Windows is being an ass about that. Never mind the fucking trackpad torture.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Bow of the Arrow, I send you message on Twitter.
Okay. I will respond to it. Till next time, everybody, this is Old Mage Guy. Have a good night, day, whatever it is for you, and be careful out there.